Test. All right. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Let's do some quick admin stuff. Okay. All right. Let's get the notes up. So on week 25, 18th to the 22nd. August to 22nd August. So first stream this week. I've been working off stream though on content cache update and new content browser. Both of these things which we want to continue working on today. So I've been working on the content cache, content cache 2, and this is responsible for managing all of the content. So assets, sounds, images, editor files, all that stuff. And it's also responsible for hot loading everything as well. I just say this is an example. I'll just put an example. So if we wanted to, if this got hot loaded and then the sprite sheet editor needed to know about it, it would happen in here. And you can overload these for any combination of assets you want. So this is just an example, so I can, this might happen. So I've put in a mechanism where things can inform other things if they've been hot loaded. Currently we don't need to worry about it. And we have a thing called on asset refreshed, which is the hot loaded thing. So it's to refresh content. So the content cache gets ticked it gets any changes that happened in between frames and it calls refresh content on it, which seems good. It could actually happen in here as well. But we'll leave it in there for now. Okay, so that built fine. So today what I'm going to work on primarily, I think, is the content browser. So we're building a new content browser. And never really happy with the old content browser. And it kind of wasn't built in a flexible enough way for me, I discovered. So we're having a go at doing that again. So the editor will produce a bunch of these brushes automatically, which it's currently doing actually. There's a lot of them. We need a mechanism for deleting these brushes. So what I might do, just check any, delete any breakpoints, is just put a little note in the to-dos. Delete unneeded brushes, out of date brushes, brush files. That currently doesn't happen. So it produces these brush files, and then the content browser is just going to load all these brush files up. Which is just, these are just text files really that reference what is needed to be able to brush something onto the level, so place something on level essentially. So these can always actually open with Notepad++. But what I'm going to do is delete these. Produces quite a lot of data. And then we will rerun this and watch them all come in. See how many there are. So over 1,000 brushes. That's a lot of brushes. Anyway, that's a lot of data to be working on. That'll be good. That'll keep us keep an eye on performance if there's 1,600 brushes to load. Okay, so in order to load the content browser, let's check it didn't load 1,600 more. No, it's still the same. These brush IDs, which is the file name, should be deterministic dependent on the brush. What's in the brush, so it shouldn't duplicate them. We do need a good way to delete unused brushes. That's for another day. So I built this. So this is the old content browser, of which there's definitely not 1,600 brushes. It's a lot of brushes. And this is the new one, which has nothing in it. So we're going to build this. We do definitely want filter and content. Because we want to be able to filter them by various things because there's going to be a lot of them in the game. But right now we'll just work on the content panel. So content browser 2. We've got draw content canvas, which currently just draws a label called content in it. So what we actually want to do when we load this is this needs an array. So it does load. Does it already load the brushes? Calls load brushes, which is just that. So what this does is it just loads the file name. It doesn't actually load the brushes as objects, as brush objects, which I think we need to do. So I'm going to rename this brush files, and then we're going to have an array of content brushes. So for auto brush, we'll say file in brush files. We're going to go retype from text file, and then we want to do brushes dot push like that. But I think what we actually want to do is we want to go brushes reserve brush files, get count, and that should actually load all of the actual brushes as objects. So this is a right hand, well, except a right hand side. It's fine. Also, new brush. So we just want to push from the brushes array, make a new brush, and then put it in. Ooh. Oh, it might actually work. Hang on, it's because the file is file.path. Probably won't. No, it did work fine. Okay, so let's just build that and then check that we're actually getting all the brushes. I want to see how long this actually takes as well. So we'll time it as well. Check it works first. Felt like it took a while. But they're all the brushes anyway. That's probably why. It's probably tons of sounds. That's why it's taking. That's why there's so many assets. I wonder if we really just want to load from the levels file. Anyway, let's just see how long that took. Felt like it took ages. We'll work with, it's because it's loading all of my like sound libraries. It's just got a lot of sounds in them. It took like half a second. Didn't take very long at all. Oh no, that's not the right thing. Yeah, no. 425 milliseconds. Something's taking ages. Like, this is lagging. Still haven't popped up in the window yet. Audio. Main thread. Oh, we are opening all of the sounds for some reason. So we're actually creating new got all these sound effects. It's calling construct one for every single sound. This is to create the thumbnail. So is this asset path thing maybe? Get path data. 153 milliseconds. It's not actually loading the sound. It's just needing to get the path data, which is taking ages. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're not going to delete any of those brushes. So all I'm going to do for now is on here. Well, that didn't take too long. It's quite a long time to load up, and we're not going to be loading the brushes all the time anyway. Maybe we should put in a little routine to just check if we need to recreate the brush or not. It's this that takes a while, this asset path thing. So what we want to check is we want to get the right time of the path. Like, is there a way without having to actually So we want to get the right time of the path, then we need to get a right time of all the brushes associated with the path. So we have the brush path here. But is there a way we could do this without having to actually open the like the sprite sheet? We would have to put them in folders, perhaps. Yeah, I'm just wondering if before we work on the content browser, we should actually make it so we don't recreate these brushes all the time. So I'm wondering if we could create a folder that has just a hash of this. And then dump everything in there. So we could say like, so let's delete all that. And then we can have content like this, and then letting show exists won't work if we do that. We'll have content, thumbs, and data. Content's kind of the wrong word. Now we'll just keep it like this, and then we'll have a folder. This first folder here is helpers, format TW string, hash 64 of path. Like that, and that can be the brush format. Check that still builds. And then we can just hash it, and we can just check all of the files in that folder are newer than that file. I think that's the fastest way to do it. And if also it should be like, no, that'll be fine. I'll be fine. Let's check this works. So now we have this path, which is a light.sprite Ooh. My Fu Manchu, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Okay, so unfortunately we can't do this, so we need to do auto brush folder. Still working on my content cache. Part of the asset pipeline, this. So that is the brush folder. Strained wrist, messed up lungs, oh no. Hope you're alright. What happened? Have an accident? Or was it just getting old? Maybe. I think I actually have to do this. That's how you get around that. Let's see anyway. Oh no. That's rough. Well, get well soon. Glad you're feeling a bit better. Hope you can type. Okay, there we go. But we don't want to hash in the path. We want to actually... Well, we'll go back to what we were doing before. It's because we need to do this here. Yeah, I went camping with a load of kids, with my daughter and all their friends, and I got whacked with a cricket bat right across there. And I've got a big bruise there now. And then I got stung by a bee right there. I haven't been stung by a bee since I was a kid. The bee sting was alright, it didn't hurt very much, but the cricket bat hurt. Not as much as straining your wrist though, that's a killer. That hurts a lot, I've done that before in the past. Okay, so that at least gives us a folder now to put all the brushes in. So let's let this run. And you can see it's making all the folders for all the brushes. And now we know obviously there's sometimes only one. Sometimes there'll be multiple brushes in a folder. Hard to say which ones have those in, but sometimes there will be. Most of the time there's only one. Let's find a folder with multiple brushes in. Broken arm from jumping out of a garage roof. Oh man. That's steep. So we need to wait for a sprite sheet. So boat sprite sheet has a lot of brushes in it. 824. Okay, let's let that run. This one. So it's got all them brushes in it. So what we can do now we've done that, is we need to get the file name, the folder. So we need to just check so we want the brush directory is equal to path remove extension brush format. No, remove file name brush format, and that'll give us a directory, and then we basically need to load all of the files in that directory, right? So brush files, and then we want so we call this I can't remember what the call is now. Would be content browser 2 recursive file iterator. It's not recursive though, just the file iterator. into array, brush files, brush directory, like that. Let's check that works. My lung, don't know what it is. It's just maybe a summer cold, maybe. If it's lungs, it could be COVID. I mean, it's a lot weaker now, isn't it? So it might just manifest itself in phlegmy lungs. So basically what that means is we just have to compare this file hash, this file path, this file age. So for auto brush file and brush files, if brush file data write time, so if the brush file is older than bm get last, how do we do this, get write time of path continue, else break. So maybe we just want to get the right time once. So if the brush file is older, then we can continue. Else, we'll just say path write time equals 0, and then we'll break. And I'm going to say if path write time is not equal to 0, return hash 64 path, I think, which is just the, so when I actually do this, auto path ID is that, I'm using it quite a lot. Return the path ID. Return the path ID, and that's good because that'll give us, yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is just a little shortcut. We don't need to recompile the brush files if they're older. No, if they're newer than the asset itself. If the asset itself becomes newer than the brush file, we do need to recompile them. So in this case, nothing is new. There we go. So this was for a light.spritesheet. So basically nothing should come here because it's all old. Right, so if we do this and we save it, now we do have to compile it. That was good there, I saw the actual hot loading happen. So that'll recompile new brushes. Okay, cool. And that makes the actual startup a lot faster. Now we can work on the content browser. Shift Alt Delete. Okay. So loading all the brushes up. There's 1,600 brushes. Takes half a second. That's alright, half a second in debug. We'll keep that timer there. Because who knows? Yeah, who knows? Who knows how many brushes we're going to need eventually. So we have them all anyway. So what do they actually look like? Possibly we do need to sort the brushes as well by type. I don't think they will be sorted by type there. Or do we want to sort them by level? The default way. What I don't want to do is create like a folder hierarchy. Really? I could rather just use the folder like Windows Explorer. So I think maybe a brush file kind of does need a category. Like at least if we only load the brushes that are in the levels file. Could load it by level, which is what the old content cache did. This is loading all these libraries here. Yeah, I think we'll say the content brushes just come from the levels. I'll reduce them quite a lot in size. Ooh, come on then. Last few. So we want to say so we want assets levels. So if it starts, so yeah. If path get first equals levels, it's not equal to levels. Return standard optional U64. So we're only going to actually deal with levels files. Like paths in the levels directory. So then actually the brush, we could put the level in the brush. That might be nice. So auto level. And then the content brush itself can have wstring level in it after type. Like that. And so we're just going to go level is level. And then the content browser can just filter on level. So I didn't create any, which is not a good start. That's weird. Oh look, it loads the brushes after it before it constructs them. We have to remember about that. Maybe we should fix that now. So that comes from editor assets get. Okay, so the content cache just needs a like generate content or something. Which just calls editor assets get, like that. And then the content browser, actually we have to make sure that we do content cache to generate content, like that, to make sure that we've generated the brushes before we load them. There's a problem here. Editor assets. Just calling get will actually just launch this constructor here, which will actually generate all of the thumbnails and stuff. This is still hanging. Alright, so now we will do it. Okay. So we didn't generate any brushes either there, which is weird. Try that again. Oh, what happens if there are no brush files? Okay, cool. So we've got 72 brushes now. So what I might do, to make this a little bit more useful, put some rigs in. Spine Hero Pro. We'll put Hero Pro in the boat rig in the boat level. I'm surprised we don't actually have a sounds folder. Can make one. Ooh, it's hanging now. What's going on? The Explorer has crashed. There's not, well, 16 gigs, that's fine. I was going to say there's not much. I really need a new computer. There we go. We're back. So what I might do then is in the template level also put sounds in. And then we're just going to put a few sounds in. And then now we will load. So we've got a few of each asset to mess about with when we build this content browser. So 77 sound there. I'm looking for an animated rig there. So what we want to do is we'll probably sort. What do we want to do? Sort them into levels, maybe. Got brush A files there as well. Whoops. So we'll sort them into levels first. Brushes. What we need is like a test 2. Test 2. Arg0.level is less than 1.level. I have to return this. There's 2 returns there. What was the problem with this then? Oh, it's just that we haven't overloaded what it means for a less than. That will only obviously compare the first character. So basically what that means, I don't think we've overloaded compare operators with strings, with string views anyway. Can I be bothered to do that? Can I do the actual starship thing? Okay. Bool operator. Try this. Don't know if you can do this. When it built, does it actually give the correct result though? Takes left hand side. Unsafe use of bool. So look at C compare strings. C sort strings. Well, let's just do it the old school way. I wonder if we could do this. BM str and count. Well, str, other str, count. Maybe you can do that. Let's try that. Standard strong ordering to bool. It doesn't seem to like that. All right, we'll just do it here. I would like that to work though. Maybe it's because actually we need to return auto. I've not really used this Starship operator much at all. Really, a couple of times. Well, it's not complaining so far. Yeah, that built. Okay, let's see then. Let's see if this actually gives the right result. Quite nifty. Test if they actually, how sorted they are to begin with before we sort them. Okay, so we haven't actually set level on sound or any of them by the looks of it. Oh, no, yeah. That's not what we want anyway. We want to get, the level is the second one. Path. Remove first. I'm going to remove first of the first. Let's see what that gives us. Get first after removing first. Okay, so we can't actually send it in as a right hand side there. That's good. I mean, that's just to stop sending in a temporary, really. Boat. So I wonder if we're not actually just writing out the level. Brush level. We are writing out the level. Okay. Level is empty. Okay, so we're not reading it in. Quote. So it's ID type level. Ooh. Oh, because we made it a string view for some strange reason. It's not correct. Okay, now this becomes a string. Okay. So we need to do this same thing as we did on the string view for the string. String base. Str identifier not found. What do we call this? We have to call begin. P begin. And it doesn't look like len either. Okay. Length. Okay. And then we do want to have to sort them on type as well. But what I might do is just loop through them and test each type. We'll just basically sort them on type each frame. Not sort them, but we'll loop through them all, testing each kind of brush. And then we'll output. We'll swap, we'll loop through once, testing a kind, and then again, and then again, and again, because it'd be such a small set of data. Okay, so the brushes have levels now. They do. Here's the thing, they all come from the same level. What I'm going to do, just for there's only one level in the game, so can't see if it's sorted properly. I'll just duplicate that. I want to do that really. Hopefully that means they'll come in that order. It's got to build that level now. Why is it taking a while? Running the asset compiler on it. Build that new level. Do need to work on speeding this up. There's no way it needs to be this slow. Just waiting for a job. Which one is it? Just building, building, building. Unless it's stuck. Does it ever get to here? Yeah. We get out of here. Yeah, he's doing stuff. Just A stars taking ages. It's generating warp distances is taking a long time. How big is the world that it's working on? Yeah, I mean, it's quite a lot. Oh. Maybe actually we can't. Okay. So in the book copy, I don't think... I wonder if these rooms reference themselves. Something references the room. Let's remove the rooms. That'll be fine. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we got but, and then but copy. We got some more but, so they're not sorted. And they're still not sorted. Okay, so I don't think that actually worked. Will return equal. Oh, they are equal. So I think this is actually +1. We have to test that final null terminator. Let's put that on all of them. And on the views as well. This is going to be a problem if they aren't set. So let's just do it a little bit differently. Rather than test a null terminator, I'm going to go if length is not equal to. The thing is though, that it can't do less than equal. You can't do this operator on those. You have to return a bool. So that'd be 0, that'd be 0. So this is going to basically dereference a null operator. But if they're the same, yeah, what do you do if it's null? If it's null, you just let it crash. I don't know if you want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. So C just seems to just let it crash. The thing is, it's quite feasible for us to have strings that have length 0. But that are not been initialized. Maybe we could get B begin by default. To point to the buffer. Is that what happens? By default. So if you don't pass anything in, P begin points to the SSO buffer, and then it won't be dereferenced, and it won't be null. Right now, what do they point to? Null pointer. What I think I'm going to do is, rather than have a default constructor there. I'm just going to say p begin equals p end equals buffer. And then buffer isn't initialized. So buffer should be initialized to 0. Just hoping this doesn't mess anything else up. So it's saying testing if p begin is null pointer. And p top. We just can't test if it's null pointer. So this is equal. If the length is not equal to the length, or p begin equals null pointer, or other p begin. Okay, so we don't actually need to test that now. So what is the buffer? OP top. Well, technically that could just be null pointer. Let's see if this causes any crashes. What we're saying is that it starts off being an SSO buffer. What that means is when we do this comparison, we don't have to worry about where they are. We don't have to worry about these being null pointers. As long as this doesn't create bugs to do with so is SSO and stuff doesn't actually use the pointers. It uses the size of the string. Yeah, cool. Should be fine, he says. All right, cool. Ooh, there we go. So we do need to set top. Uh, 0. Okay. All right. While this is compiling, it's going to take 2 minutes. Oh, right, I'm back. I was thinking, I wonder why we use that, why we have a P-top. What is that all about? Buffer plus buffer size. Oh, it's for like the cap of the string. Yeah, okay. Right. So they're not sorted. Hey, now they are sorted. Brill. That's fine. That's great. So I think really I want this to be called test 1 as well. We actually need to get the thumb size, which comes from a config. Default thumb is this. Should probably get that right at the beginning. Get the thumb size out. So now we know what we're working with in terms of how we want to lay these things out. Okay. This is test 1. So now when we actually draw the content canvas, we want to draw a load of textures really that are on the screen. How does the other content browser do this? Draw content canvas. Draw sprite sheet content. So it does a thing called draw texture. Okay. So we have to do begin textures, end textures, and then draw texture. So we're going to go canvas.begin textures, and then canvas.end textures. I'm just going to draw them all. For auto brush brushes. Sanyavan, hey, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, just ask, no problem. Just working on a little bit of UI now. I'm just moving on to drawing. So we've got all these brushes that we've made. So I'm working on a content browser, which is like where you can like click brushes and then you can use the brushes to draw things in the game level. So right now I'm remaking it. That's why it's got called Content Browser 2. Because I've got an old one, but it's not very flexible really. Different types of if I want to add different types of content, I have to go into the content browser and add a load of stuff. And this is what we're trying to avoid with this new one. I just want to add a new content type in a list, and then everything works. All the content browser uses it, can make brushes, all the hot loading works, all that stuff. So we need to get the texture. So here's a thing. You have to go if auto texture Leon Beast. Thanks for the follow. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, if you've got any questions, let us know. But I hope you're doing alright. We have to do cc get. Okay, we'll just work on sprite sheets type. How can this be? We'll just work on the ones. It's just a thumb, isn't it? So we don't have to do that. So it's to get the texture, brush, thumb path. This is going to load all of the textures. Don't want to do that. I only want to load the ones that are going to be in view. But we'll just see if we can get this to work first. Canvas or texture. This is going to like load a lot of stuff, which I don't necessarily want to do. See if it works though. Begin to learn to code. Oh, cool, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you don't understand anything. Right at the beginning, just get yourself involved. Get yourself immersed in it. So this is C++. This is the language that I'm using. I'm using it to build a game engine and a game as well. In particular, this is Content Browser 2. So this is the sprite sheet editor where I make the sprite sheets. And then these get turned into brushes, and then the content browser, so this is the old one, uses these brushes. It creates these brushes, it loads them up in the content browser, and then I can select them and then paint them in the level in the game world. Okay, that didn't work there. So it couldn't load. Compiled brushes thumbs. It's not basic. It's basically not able to load anything. So this CC get is like go and get it from the content cache. Go and get this texture, which it can't do. Compiled brushes thumbs 269.dds. Compiled brushes thumbs. Um, 269.dds. So it isn't there for some reason. Vanberg. Benzenzen. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. There it is. So this is the brush. Put it in Visual Studio. So it's not a very good looking brush. It's just a piece of ground. Can't find it though. For some reason. Do you have any ideas on how to start learning C? Like a good platform or a website? C. I think probably just YouTube. And find someone. There'll be lots of people on there teaching. So you want beginner level C. And you want to find someone that you like personally, their teaching style. But yeah, YouTube. Or you could get a book, but that costs money. Or you could go to the library and see if there's anything in the library. Learning programming shouldn't cost you any money. So definitely don't spend any money. As long as you've got a computer. And then find a beginner one. Beginner video series on YouTube that you like. Like I learned through books and just trial and error teaching myself because there wasn't such a thing back then. But now I'd probably just go to YouTube. Yeah, check it out, yeah. I couldn't give you any specific names because it's not something that I look for, but it probably, as long as you find someone that you like and don't spend any money on it. The future is now. Yeah. Yeah, it's like amazing, isn't it? Like all the resources you have. I had some books on. I had one book on C++ and one book on C when I first started, and a Borland compiler, and I just did everything in the books. So it's not able to find it. Hang on. We're also jumping through a load of code that I don't want to look at. So it didn't find it. So it's not finding it. Let's just turn this JMC stuff back on. With newspaper articles. Yeah. Back in my day, I used to just find what someone had written underneath a shoe on the street, and if it was code, I'd copy it. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I had an old Borland compiler. It wasn't old then. And a book. And a Borland book. Windows 95, I think. Good days. Made a disassembler into a command line tool. Brilliant, Van Bjerg. Problem is there's a lot of overhead from my command line tool compared to native. Okay. Used to collect bits and pieces of newspapers. Wow. So, where are you from, my Fu Manchu? Is it Portugal? I think I remember you saying. Portugal, yeah. So I wonder what the scene was back then for coding in Portugal. Good memory, yeah. Hey, Van Bjerg, if you have it as a command line tool, you could link that with Visual Studio, and then you could assemble and disassemble from Visual Studio if you wanted, or your IDE. This project is Java minus C++. Yeah. Yeah. Cool, man. I mean, you could have a go at doing your own in C++, maybe. So the content cache is not finding these DDS, the PSD. The thumb path is a PSD, so that's not going to be a texture. So that's where that's failing. Textures. Asset editor types, textures. Oh, we don't actually, we need to put DDS in there. Saying textures can't. Textures can be DDSs. I'd do, Van Bjerg, if it do your own command line tool and do a terminal in a terminal, and then do you use Visual Studio or whatever IDE you use, hook it up into that, so you could disassemble stuff in your IDE. Great, Ian. Made a CLI tool. Oh, nice one. What did it do? As an integrated ID specifically made. Oh wow, cool. Scotland for a while. Very small scene. Ah, yeah, cool. No books or any other learning materials. Wow. Yeah, my dad had a C book. It had the Koenig and Ritchie book, which is the first book I read on coding. And then after that, I think my parents got me the Borland compiler for Christmas. So 1 year. Auto install Docker. Run a custom project from GitHub. Get an OpenAI key. API key. Monitor. Oh, brill. That sounds awesome. I could rewrite my code in Java. Don't want to do that. $30 milliseconds. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, that could be the next part of your project, couldn't it? Integrating it with your IDE somehow. So now this is not going to be able to load a PSD as a texture. But it should be able to load the DDS files. So the icon audio small as a PSD, so it won't be able to do that. The DDS, oh, it couldn't do that either. All right. Wonder why. From all this stuff first. Compiled brushes thumbs. So what is this container? For images, we want one for textures. This one's for textures. So it can hold that. Find it. So it's not in there. So now we're going to make it. File does exist. Construct one. Oh look, we're just not. Okay. Just not actually doing it. Else if ext equals .dds. Need some data cache between calls. Okay. JNI later. What's JNI? Not sure what that is. So we're not doing the decompressor here. So can we just do pnew read from file DDS texture reader path thumb tile. So we don't have such a thing as a thumb tile anymore either. So this is out of date. It's just DDS. Okay. Java native interface. Ah, okay. Not heard of that. That's cool. So that's an interop with native code. Remains a DLL that Java loads. Interesting, that. Yeah, cool. I've not done interop between Java and C++ before. A little more work. Yeah, nice. Yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. Okay. Well, we'll put a breakpoint there and we'll just see if we get there. I mean, we should get there. The only interop I've done is like .NET to C++. That's it. All right. Here we go. So does that load? Yes, it looks good. BC7 format. There they are. Hey, awesome. These look a little dodgy. It's giving it a white background. Which is interesting. I wonder why it's done that. So something to do with the alpha. Well, work on the interrupt when I get everything working. And main problem is performance. Alright, okay. Also UI changes. Alright, cool. Yeah, you can do that at the same time, can you? Okay, so I don't know if the source image is being rendered. I don't know if the DDS source file has no alpha. Or my renderer. Is doing it. Yeah, that's definitely got alpha in it. So the source file, it's got proper alpha. These are just drawing with white backgrounds. So what? What did the old content browser do? It's called begin textures, draw texture, and then end textures is what I'm doing. Okay, this might need pics. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to capture this window because there's going to be a few windows open. No, captured the wrong one there. There we go. Close all these windows. So that's definitely white. Oh, maybe it needs pre-multiply alpha. That's probably what it needs. So that has to happen when we're actually generating the thumbnails. Which is down here. Content loader. So we need to do img.premultiply alpha. And then we need to regenerate all these thumbnails. And then we just need to think about how we're going to structure them. Because right now we're just drawing all of them. And we don't want to load all of them. So we need some kind of call into the canvas to be like, is this on screen or not? Oh look, it's nothing there now for some reason. Oh, we only deleted the thumbnails. We need to delete basically all the brushes. There we go. We've even got this dude. So we've got like a couple of rigs. We should have everything twice because we've got two levels with the same data in, the same kind of sprite sheets and stuff in. So it's going to create everything twice. So I think what we want to work on now is if it goes off screen, we don't want to actually get the asset. If it's not on screen, we don't want to get the asset. Which means we need, so draw texture. It's called get next texture bounds. So it's in the renderer, some kind of renderer. So we could do like if canvas get renderer get next texture bounds. So it's not get next texture bounds because that actually makes the next texture bounds. I mean, we could just pass in bounds. Does that work? Position and Z. So we need another draw texture with a bounds. And that's just return renderer raw texture. Texture bounds. Interesting that. Doesn't actually return anything then. Okay. So we're gonna have UI result. Don't really want to go through the renderer when I'm in the content browser. Get next texture bounds. That's the UI result. Well, maybe we don't need a UI result. Maybe it can just be a rect. Okay. So this is canvas, get next text. So we only want to load it if the bounds comes back as a valid rectangle. I'm assuming that's what it does. So we're just going to say no. So some of them will get rejected and not loaded. So we need some kind of like debug UI, some like labels that I can put up onto the screen, which is like, this is how many things are in the loaded in the content cache. Because what will happen is, if you don't call get for, I think it's for 60 frames, it will evict it from the cache. So we need to have a little label at the top of the screen, which is just like how many things are in the cache of different types, or just the size maybe. We're only really bothered about like how big the cache is in terms of megabytes, so we don't want it to get too big. So we're getting a bunch of no's, but we are getting some missing. Oh, these are the sounds probably. These are the PSD files. Yeah. So actually the sound. Okay. I think what we need to do, so what we're doing here is we're saying if it's a sound, we're saying that the thumb path is that, but we can't really, because it's a PSD file. PSD files can't be put on the GPU. So we need to convert it. So the sound thumb path thumbs format audio icon small.dds. Say if not file exists sounds thumb path, make it. So we'll do image img this, and then we're going to go img write to file DDS image writer BC7 encoder, I think. Sounds thumb path. We do actually want to do the pre-multiply alpha as well. And then that becomes the sounds thumb path. So that'll change it to a BC7 encoded DDS image, which can go in the GPU. Okay, so we need to delete all the brushes again. So in theory now, in the thumbs, we will have, there we go. Oh, we've called it .dds.dds. That's not good. This is like staying open. Not sure what's going on. I think this computer needs a reboot. So what that will do is it will create a DDS out of that Photoshop file, and then any sound thumbnail will use that one. There it is. It's this. Obviously, if we were being clever, we could do a waveform there, but we're not going to do that yet. Okay, cool. So what I think I might want to do is break these up on level. Like this one breaks it up on, well, sprite sheets. Look at that, that's a bit weird. So this is it evicting. Evicting out the cache and then putting it back in again. Oh, it's because the audio icons are sometimes getting evicted. Okay, I think to make this just easier, we'll just do that. I'll have a separate one for each. They're only very small. That's because it was evicting the sound, because we were using the same file. The same sound file for every single one. So when one went out of scope, it evicted it, even though there was more of them in scope. Well, no, that shouldn't, in theory, that shouldn't matter. Should be able to do that. See if this fixes that problem anyway. That flickering. No, it doesn't. To be fair, it should work. It should work, shouldn't? Okay, so something's being evicted. That shouldn't be. It was these scale files, which are the animated rigs, really. So they should have two separate IDs. So they're getting evicted. Basically. That's happening like roughly once a second, which is like the frequency they should be getting evicted. and they're coming back again. It's not to do with the rigs though, it's to do with the actual EDS file, so it's the texture reader. Construct one, destruct one. There we go. Difficult to say which one that one is. It's basically here. Triangle Light PSD is old. Ah, right, okay. So the last used frame is 0, which means it was never used. So it is old, it's never been used. So it is trying to evict it based on its file name. Here's the thing though, the content browser 2, sorry. So these are all the assets that we've loaded. For this container. We've loaded the triangle light. We've not unloaded it again. Okay, so do we do... For the image, destruct one is old. So this is the thing that's loading the triangle light. Over and over again, which is fine. So it's interesting that this triangle light here, options, it's attached to the editor. So this is the one attached to the editor. So that one doesn't need to. That shouldn't be old if it's attached to the editor. Okay, that's going to go here. Asset belongs to editor. The IMF 32. Asset belongs to the editor. So it is only these two. It's a triangle light. So there is a destruct one here, which is a thumbnail. We don't know its original asset, that's the problem. It's hard for me to debug what it is. Okay, so we're going to do temp. IntelliSense just doesn't work. Doesn't really know what it is. Path. We should have that though. And get it to flicker again. There we go. Okay, so what I might do is draw a little label. How do I do that? Just before we do, we've got something called use tile content, which adds an input box. So we want canvas draw string really. So the font get text font, get text font. Font size. Okay, font size. So let's just do draw string font size. The text. So we're going to do top right align text. For brushes, brush dot thumb path. We'll say color, say white. There's no back color. Position. Bounds top right. Z in max. Okay. Font size, I suppose we want it to actually be a font size extra small, really. These are going to be quite long paths. I just want to see which ones are flickering, the names of the thumb paths. Oh man, they're super duper small. Can't even see them. So we're going to do text equals path, file name. We might just do it small. Still can't really see them. They are just a bunch of numbers. Try and get it to flicker again. There we go. Something to do with the fact that they're the same image, but they shouldn't be the same image. That's the thing. There should be different images. One, two, 1, 2. So it's only happening on the rigs. So we're just going to say if brush type is equal to brush type animated rig. Content brush type. Brush type is actually from the first version of the content browser. So we'll just display the actual file name of the animated rigs instead of the file name of everything. Here we go. So the two different file names. Try and get them to flicker. Now they, oh, there we go. I say now they won't flicker, but there they go. And then content cache. $790,990.dds. So this is wanting to evict. $350,790.dds. So for some reason this is wanting to evict it. It's saying it's old. Right, so it's saying it wants to evict, even though it is drawing it, which is very strange. I'm going to say if brush dot thumb path is equal to that. Except it's a wide string. So if we call get asset, maybe we're not actually updating the actual last used frame. Maybe that's what it is. I reckon that's what it is. Okay, so what we need is void use like this, and here we just need to do asset use there. And there. Okay. So that will just say that, like, we last use the frame now. We last use this asset on now, the frame now. Because what happens is it runs for 60 frames, and if you haven't used it in 60 frames, it evicts it. So I think that's what was happening. Probably meant it was evicting everything. Eventually. There's no flickering so far. Nothing is being evicted. So stuff should be getting evicted if we don't use them. 84.dds. So let's do Then in content cache, content browser 2, let's do this. So we do want font and font size because we are going to want to draw some actual strings here as well. So I'll keep them. Okay. Path.path. Check this eviction thing works. So what I want is like when the thumbnails to scroll out, when they scroll out of view for 60 frames, which is about a second, they get evicted. We evicted one thumbnail there. Should evict really like loads of them. So why are we evicting? So these are all the DDS files. $391. How many brushes are there? 75. And they're all in there. $154 of them. So there's 75 per level. Yeah, roughly. Okay, so let's do auto current level, say W string view current level. I'm going to say if brushes count, well, if there's brushes, level equals brushes 0 dot level, and then we're going to go so what we'll do this, and then we'll go brush dot level, it's not equal to current level brush dot level, swap them around, and then we want to do, and we actually want to draw, so we want to do canvas draw label current level. So just see what levels are actually showing. Might only be showing one level. So that's the boat level, and that's the boat copy level. So we actually need to do beginning and textures in between. So I'm going to say if current level end textures. We might think of a bit of a better way to do this. Okay, so we've got boat and then boat copy. So we're not evicting enough textures, basically. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that is showing all of them. So there's only 76 textures in the actual. So they are referencing the same. Oh, I wonder if the ID. So I think the ID for the texture is coming from the actual image data rather than, yeah. So that's kind of good. It's reusing the same one. Let's just check this works by just returning hash 64 of the path, which means it's going to create one going to create, so now, yeah, it's shared thumbnails, which is great. That's what you kind of want, I think. Let's just check this eviction thing works, then we'll go back to using that. I think it does. Because these are literally the same images, even though they're two different brushes, it was sharing thumbnails before. Still not evicting. So still only created 76. Oh, it's probably because actually we do the content loader. Same tile ID, that's what it is. Yeah. Because it's going on the tile ID, and because it's using the same sprite sheet. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm convinced that this works okay. Now that we've got that using, so we're going to move on. So I'm going to make a cup of coffee, and then we're going to move on to drawing this out a little bit better. We're back in 2 minutes. All right. So we do want to draw this a little bit better. We do want to break it up by level. So when we're loading the brushes, we want to make, so we want an array with an index range, level ranges. So we want to go for L, for B in brushes, so we're going to go auto current range equals level ranges and place, and then we want to go if brushes, what do we want to do? If brushes B dot level is not equal to the brushes current range first dot level, this is push actually. So if the brushes level is not equal to the current range's first level, then we just have to do current range dot last equals B. Current range equals level ranges dot push. Like that. I want to say or B is equal B plus 1 is equal to brushes count. Actually, we could probably just do index range, current range, level ranges to add like that. And then current range dot first equals current range dot last. Okay. So we're just going to keep a little track of the index ranges between the levels. So we can say that like between here and here is a level, and between here and here is another level. And then when we draw it, we can just draw using the ranges. If I've got this logic right anyway. So 0 to 77. 77 to 153. That's maybe miss. So should say 154. I think this is meant to be So this probably just needs to be two separate ifs. Like that. And that's what we'll use to draw. We'll use these current ranges. Ooh. So the level ranges, we go 0 to 77 and then 77 to 154. I'm happy with that. And then here, I'm just going to go through the ranges. For auto range in level ranges, for auto in range. So this is, we're going to do canvas, begin textures, canvas, end textures, and then draw the label. Draw the label for the level. Which is brushes range dot first level. I think as well we have to say if current range count, we only want to add them if there is a range in there. And then we want to go, I'm going to do this call here. So this is brushes are so this we should just see what we had before. It's just a little bit nicer. And what we want to do is we want to loop through these ranges multiple times. We want to loop for every type. So we want to draw the types together. Okay. So we want to go for T in enum count the content brush type. We want to go auto type content brush type. Let's say static cast content brush type T. Then we want to say if not brushes are type is equal to type, continue. So that should do separate them by type. Is like draw quad outline, draw bordered quad, draw quad outline, bounds, stroke 1, and the color I want to be something like color from hex hash 32 of the type. So that means it, rather than put them on different rows, we will give them different border colors. See how that looks. So unfortunately, like, rigs and sounds are very similar colour. Let's hash the hash. What I'm going to do is remove this. And actually build this as part of the... Seems we're working on the same file over and over again. And the content cache too, actually. And the editor asset types. To make it compile a bit quicker. Yeah, so I'll have different outline colours for different different types of asset. There we go. It's a shame that's quite dull. Try one more time. Let's have 64 that. Yeah, it's a lot quicker to compile. Yeah, that'll be fine. So we've got green for tiles, sprite sheet tiles. We have got pinky colour for the rigs, white, creamy white for sound. And then what we want to do maybe is sort them on. We definitely need to sort them on sprite sheet. So that means that the content brush needs double string source file, where it came from. Which was below level. And then I need to delete all the brushes again. And then in the content browser too, when we load the brushes, we first want to sort on. Oops. going to sort the brushes first on the source file. And then on level. So we got the light, then we got the floor. The floor, unfortunately, does the floor come from the same sprite sheet? Yeah, so that didn't work. So the floors should be together. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, I know why it's not working. Because we're not actually saving it. Need to save it. So if we're actually sorting on source file, we're implicitly sorting on level, actually. That didn't work because of this thing. It almost worked though. You know, the lights aren't together. So no, actually what it's because is you want to do a stable sort. I think. Stable sort on the level after we've sorted the source file. Is that right? It's got the light, that's its own thing. They're all its own thing. Depends if we've got. It's just the grasses. The floors are there. That as well. So let's just sort on source file because we're implicitly sorting by level there as well. I believe. Just this grass. So we have implicitly sorted on level, which is what I wanted. Got grass brushes, floors, cloth, CC test. Let's just check. If you open up grass brushes, it's only got 2 in. So where's the other grass coming from? CC test. So they are all in the same. So that's working. I don't think we need to implicitly sort, well, sort alphabetically. So let's look. We just need to clear these up, I think. So we've got this CC testing. And we've got tree. So what I might do in CC test is delete that and that. Cool, man. That actually... Ooh. Got crashed there. I'm going to say that actually did a hot load of that entire thing. So what's this? I've had that crash before. So let's put that over there. Delete that. Whoops. Not what I wanted to do. So if we... If we open up CC test, and we delete that and save it. Here we have to sort this crash out. It hasn't actually generated the tiles there. Okay, well, we've got a replication for that crash. So it is restoring focus sprite sheet, but not the sprite sheet. So what I'm doing, pressing undo there. I wonder what this is all about as well. Okay. Oh, look. No executable code. Wonder why that is. That's weird. Didn't even get compiled in. So how does it read it? Not through there. That's what's causing that bug. It's not going through the right code path. Okay. So we're calling cc get. And we want to open it. It's to using this content cache. All this stuff. It's calling construct one, and it's calling new editor type. It's calling initialize. Oh, it's a serializer. Yeah, okay. Looking at the wrong thing. It's bizarre to me why that is not firing. So let's open this. None of the undo redo is working. Push undo redo sprite sheets. Maybe this never worked. Okay. Oh, that's where we have our crash. Reading lighting. Not actually that far from. The breakpoint. There's a fill broke. Ooh. Let's try that. So Okay, we're going for a lot of stuff here. Sprite sheets, CC test. Another bug is that it's not generating. This should automatically generate all the tiles. It's not doing that. That's still compiled out though. Anyway, so we might work on that bug. So this generate tiles doesn't seem to be working. Oh look, we did change this. I remember. Right. view the history of this file. So this is, we changed it so we can actually add the tile bounds. All right. Let's put it back. We need some weird compensation thing here where we're like making sure it's on a world unit. Anyway, let's see if that fixes let's see if that fixes the generation thing first. Yeah, so it did generate all the tiles. Just want to know why we are doing this. Yeah, so I think actually what we want to do is we want to just go back to we just want to go world bounds times pixels per world unit. I think that has to not be float as well. And then we need to swap it round again. Maybe. We'll see. And that's tile bounds. Y. Okay. So the world bounds is 1, 3 with 1, 1. $32 knots, 32, 32 for the first one. 33, 1. 30, 30. 32 knot, 32, 30. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is when I save this, it needs to update all the brushes. So if we just, this might be to do with the fact that we are not deleting all the brushes. Oops, pressed the wrong thing there. Under the C# file. Okay, that's fixed. So let's just check everything in here. Wrong brushes. Assets. Compiled brushes. There's nothing in there. So the first thing I want to do is when we generate brushes, I want it to just appear in the brush editor. That means the brush editor needs a callback basically to empty its brushes. Something like that. So not the brush editor, the content browser. Oops. It needs to load its brushes. So we need to do brush files.empty, brushes.empty. Like this. So now we need to basically reload the brushes. Where do we want to do this? So we could listen to it in here. We could listen for the level, any changes in the level directory, and if there are, reload the brushes. So we want the thing is, do we want multiple listeners? The content cache does this already. It calls refresh content on a bunch of. So we could say if changes get content browser 2 load brushes. Like that. That's private. So that's actually a public method now. All the level ranges needs to empty as well. So maybe what we want is void empty brushes. Which empties these and anything else. So then when we do load brushes, first we've got to empty brushes. Okay, so what that means is that any change to anything to do with the levels will reload the brushes. And test that out. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to put these on this side. I'm going to close this. And what I'm going to do is open CC test and save it. And there we go. They appear there. And I'll delete it. They don't disappear. Ooh, and we get another problem here with the undo redo. Thought we'd fix that. Obviously not. So that's because those other brushes are still around. Maybe we need to listen for files being deleted. No, we need to listen for, so that, yeah, we need to basically keep a track of, we need to somehow figure out how to delete those brushes off the disk that don't exist anymore. Hang on a second. That's going to be an interesting challenge. Why is this not working? Anyway. Let's first fix if I delete that and then undo it, we get a crash. Okay. Push undo redo sprite sheet. That should be here. Okay. And we redo it, and we get the crash before we've even. done it. Weird. Okay. So focus spreadsheet 0. I'm gonna call clear. Push undo redo focused spreadsheet. Oh look, it's this. So this is the thing that's getting. Weird. So push undo redo focus sprite sheet. Why have we got a separate one for that? I think we have to take them out. This has to be push undo redo sprite sheets like that. I think all of these need to come out actually. And then we got sprite sheet tile. Focus sprite sheet index. Focus sprite sheets. The only one we are not doing is board mode, which we can do. And then these three go away. See if that fixes the problem. So we had several different undo redos, which I don't think is really the right way to do it. You just have to capture everything in one undo redo, and as long as it's fast enough, it should be fine. Compa past 9, hey, how's it going? Hope you're doing all right. I'm just working on a new content browser for the engine. And a new content cache. Although the content cache is kind of finished now. It's just, we need to make the rest of the engine use it. Starting with the content browser. Oh. To be fair, most of the engine is using it now. Pretty much everything. The only thing that's not is the old content browser used to be able to generate subsets of level data. So it didn't have to load all of the assets in. But now, with this new content cache, it's quite strict about loading in assets. So we probably don't need to do this subset loading thing. We might on some occasions, but I'll see. Alright. Oh, we're still crushing, no. Okay. Okay. So it didn't load the sprite sheet back. What's going on there then? So there is one sprite sheet that we're just about to delete. Oh, it's pushing another one on. I don't actually think we need to push an undo state when we do that. Like when we reload the sprite sheet after it's been deleted, it will set it. Still didn't load it back in though. It will set the focus with this. Okay, so we should definitely be able to load in the sprite sheet. Oh no, hang on a second, I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's this get data. Okay, cool. Alright, I don't think that crashed. Let's try that again then. Yeah, these are quite old. These are old bugs. Delete, undelete. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we need to come up with a way. Let's check in that. That's got, and that bug's sorted out now. Of deleting content that doesn't exist anymore. How do we do that? That's an interesting one. So for content brush, that's when we generate them. So it's for content loader. Probably name this content brush loader. Generator. That's kind of what it is. It's a content brush generator. How do we delete brushes? So we need to, like, here, for instance, we've got the thumb path. We've got the source file. We need to, like, load all the brushes up and check they're in the source file. We kind of need to do that quickly. Well, we have the brush directory. So what we're saying is if it's newer than that, continue. Else we must delete it. We're going to regenerate it. And then all we're going to do is just keep these brush count. And we're just going to say You've deleted brush count. What we're saying here, we're going through all the brush files. If it's newer than the file, then it's fine. If it's older, then we delete it. So if we didn't delete any brushes, then we don't need to actually run this. And that, in theory, will handle deleting tile sheets from underneath the content browser. Project looks cool. Cheers, Con. Cheers, Con. That's great. Yeah, I mean, it's the same project I've been working on. Ooh. Just a different part of the engine. This is more engine coding now, rather than game coding. All right. So if we load, if you do this now, and then we open up CC test, put in that and we save it. There's no brush files in it. And there they go, they all appeared. If we do that and we save it, we deleted all 40 of them. There's no sprite sheets. There we go. Redo that, they come back. Undo that, they go away. That's awesome. So what happens if we change a tile? That we make all those go on one tile. I'm gathering that's meant to be the tile. So I wonder what that bug is. That's something we can investigate. There's a hole in it still. So that's meant to be there. Okay, so what I want to do is break on this refresh. Where is it? If I save. That's a different thing. So if it's an editor asset type, okay, that's the wrong thing. Let's save that. We get all of them back. How many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 40, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 40 there. I don't know why it's put a hole there. Let's figure that out. But it is loading them all back. So when I do this, and then when I save it, let me generate the content. Generate the brush content here, right? So we're saving that file. Delete 41 of them. Got one tile. It's got one tile with nothing in it. So it's when we generate the actual tile itself. So let's have a look at CC test, actual thing. So bounds is 0 there. The world bound is correct, but bounds is 0. No breakpoints fired. Oh, there's another. Must be another place where we're adding into sprite tiles. Wherever that is. Tick tiles. So this is about like dragging the tile. Tile world bounds drag. So we're actually dragging the world bounds and we're not updating it. Okay. Means we need to do this again. What does that return? Avoid. That's tile.bounds. I'll say tile.bounds. It's tile bounds. Okay, so let's see if that works. Value. Okay, so we need the sprite sheet width. No, it's not width, it's height, even. Sometimes when we drag it, it should set the proper bounds rather than being 0, 0, 0, 0. Which means we generate a tile. We generate the brush. It should generate it properly. Oh, that's the wrong one. Delete that. Open this one back up again. Get all them tiles. I'm going to make one tile. It's still 0. Still coming through as 0. No good. So it's not 211, not 32, 32, 32. So it's setting the right sprite sheet file. Oh, no, that's dragging the whole sprite sheet. Where's where we're dragging the scale? So where are we dragging this? Where are we scaling it? Must be here. Ah, here we go. So it's here. So this is box. Oops. I think that's it. Right. Let's see if that works. Okay, so if I do this, save it, get that top right corner of it. Now look, 32 by 32 pixels. That's not right. It's meant to be like 320 by 128. Here as well. All right, let's try that. It's just all where we're modifying the world bounds, really. There we go. So if we delete that, open it back up, we got all the separate brushes, but then say we want to be like, no, we want those to be together. Where am I? Is it? There it is. Maybe it's like, we want those to be together. There it is. Making separate tiles of each of them. Nice one. Okay, so now what happens if we delete it underneath? So we delete it from here. So if I go like compiled brushes and I'll delete them all, it crashes. It crashes. Which is not what we want. It kind of works for one. So if I delete like one file, something is disappearing. That sound file. If I did it to all of them, maybe it's just the thumbs file. If I delete the thumbs, that's what causes the crash. So path might not exist. Did we not check for that? So content ID, standard optional U64. Say if file exists, set path. Only if the file exists. Right, so if I delete this now, just the thumbnail disappears, which is good because we've not deleted the whole brush. So if I delete everything, it still crashes somehow. So it works on one, not with everything. So what we're seeing there is like the file existing and then not existing. So I think what we want to do is remove this assert. So it's getting basically deleted halfway through, looking, see if it exists. Now that should fail in that case, which means it shouldn't crash. It should just not add the brush in. delete them all. There we go. Put them all back. If it can. There we go, and they all come back again. Right then. I think that's pretty good. Now we can kind of work a little bit more on. So I want the light to actually be lit. So this here is referring to this, and it's not lit in the thumbnail. We want to do that. So I think I want to do that next in 5 minutes. In 2 minutes, sorry, when I have after my break. All right, Fu Manchu, I'm back. Sorry, we're just about to go make a cup of coffee. Are you interviewing for new people? Very weak for what he states on his CV. Oh, that's a shame. My asset viewer content browser thing's coming on now. It's basically like same as the old one, except it's a little bit more robust. So I can do things like put my so if I load another so I've got all these tiles here and they're reflected here, and if I take this one here, which is there, and I'm gonna go like I want to make that a tile instead, then save it, then it automatically updates, or like all of them. Oops. Did that work? No, that didn't work. That was working a second ago. Oh no, I deleted the tile. Let's try that again. Oh, it's not working. Yeah, well, basically what I was trying to do was oh, it's this because this is... Oh, there we go. Try that again. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Anyway, what I was trying to do was you change the rounders to tiles. Let's go back. And then it's reflected up here. And it was just working. And now it's not working. Literally done nothing. Anyway. I have it here, so if you remove the brushes here as well, so if I remove like a brush, it reflects up on the content browser, so if I remove them all, they all go. Just put them all back, they all come back. It wasn't arrogant, okay. 18 years of experience of GPU stuff, blooming heck. Studios in the UK. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, what's their actual environment like for getting new jobs? Because the games industry is going through a kind of a contraction, isn't it? Lots of people are getting laid off, unfortunately. Yeah. was literally just working. That's a shame. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna figure out why that's not working. That's the last thing I put in. Is that something that's causing it to not work? His CV. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's maybe trying to go too senior or something. It's like we're not getting called back at all. Refresh content. Okay, start right at the beginning. CC test. So it is an editor, so it's just going to go straight to access refresh. This is kind of the wrong place, actually. Why is that not working? What have I done wrong? Lead or principal? Really? Okay. Yeah, I should give him the feedback, really. Tell him that might be where he's struggling. I mean, if that's something that you do, I'm not sure. I've changed something here without knowing. And it's broken it. Okay, so let's go back here. So where are we now? sprite sheet editor. Needs to be the content loader. Texture, sound, light file, sprite sheet editor, cutscene editor, dialogue editor, quest editor, room editor, prefab editor, role editor, grain editor, content brush, animated rig data. There's a lot of different files. This is the content brush generator. Oh. It's not there. DC te Oh, it is there. Look, the copy is there. When you're working. Yeah. It's not a realistic work environment like scenario, is it, I suppose? Like it's meant to be fun and kind of relaxing. Yeah, you need to kind of like... I've hired people as well, not for coding, but for my own company. And it's the main criteria I have is, can I work with this person? You know what I mean? Obviously, it needs. There are some core things they need, but you know, got to work with these people every day. That's the most important thing: is can you work with them? If you're asking them to take on a lot of technical responsibility, then you do need. Yeah, you do need to. Hey, all right. Are we looking smart? Yeah, good. Thank you. Oh, really? Can they work with Lazy Ben? Yeah, good question. Yeah, I mean, an interview should be a two-way thing as well, shouldn't it? Can they work with the company? Definitely. Why the name? I've had Lazy attached to a lot of my names online for years. And my name is Ben. It's just the way it happened, really. Add a code test, super simple. Yeah. I put C+ in the CV. Oh, really? Weird. That's crazy, that. Do you allow programmers to use their own IDEs, or does you have to use Visual Studio? All right. Let's try this again. Because that was a crazy bug. It's almost as if the asset disappeared somehow from the... So now it's worked. Ah. Save that. So where are we? The sprite sheet editor. Use the other stuff. This was previous. Right. Does ChatGPT classify as an ID? There are a lot of people using that now. And Copilot as well. Interesting. That's crazy, isn't it? You think you can blag your way using ChatGPT. Yeah. You can kind of tell by how verbose the answer is as well. I find ChatGPT does long-winded paragraphs, like it's trying to impress you with its natural language skills, but humans don't think do that. Okay. It's like it's not actually in the in here. Which I don't think it is. It's been removed from here. That's the problem. What I'm going to do is just actually remove this level copy for now. Yeah, open-ended answers. A good conversation, because then you get like, you do get the vibe from the person, don't you? If it's like you're just talking to a computer, then people think, I don't know, think if they want to go for a job, is can they technically do it? And while, yeah, you need to know if the person can technically do it, it's not all of it. Like, you're a person that needs to fit in with other people. And that for me is the biggest part. It's a company of people. Last guy wasn't using AI, yeah. Yeah, weird, isn't it? Just not the right person. Alright, so we've got this now. So let's put a breakpoint in. I want to see what happens when we refresh it this first time. CSTest.spritesheet. There's nothing in there. Content brush generator. Now there's 14 assets in there. Weird. CSTest.spritesheet is in there. So break when that value changes. Okay. So it did get removed. Oh, look at this bug. Not setting content ID. It's an annoying typo. That's it. And now it should work properly. We only want to set the content ID if the asset exists on the disk. And we can construct one. But I wasn't setting the content ID, I was just constructing one. Okay. So, whoops. So we have a content browser on the left, and on the right we've got the Spritesheet editor. So I'm going to load CSTest, and then we've got one thing there. Get rid of that, it goes away. Bring it back in, creates all the tiles for us, and there we go. Save it, and they all appear. If I want to be like, that's actually 4 tiles worth, it's there. Go back. Okay, now we're working. Yes, I need to figure out a way to divide these up nicely. So we've got color-coded borders. And then we've, so the green if they are from sprite sheets. They are purple if they're animated rigs. And they're white if they are sounds. Still probably want to actually, I need to make like a background to say that like these all belong in the same sprite sheet. These all belong in another sprite sheet. Maybe. But for what I'm going to work on now is these lights currently aren't lit on the thumbnail. So that one and that one. So that's what I'm going to work on next. I'm going to have a 2-minute break first though. Okay. So we need to get these thumbnails lit. Which means, so this is the light, and then this is the same tile but with no lit lighting. So it means that this thumbnail, when it generates, has to pass through the renderer rather than just thumbnail gen. I'll show you. So what I currently do is I just take, what do I do? I just literally like resize it and write it out to a DDS file. If it's got lighting, we can't do that. So just brush lighting layers. I'm gonna turn it back actually to generating them every frame, not every load of the game, sorry. So we want to turn this off for now. So if there's lighting, it needs to get passed through the renderer. We can't just basically resize an image, save it to disk. It needs to get passed through so it can get lit. So we'll have to do that. Okay. So there's two that have lights. So we have the actual lighting information here. So for auto layer, brush lighting layers, IntelliSense is just absolutely there we go. It's very slow, been very slow. So we've got two paths there. So just try and get the light file. Well, what would it be? It would be light file if retype from text file layer.light file path into the light file. We have our light file. We also need the distance field. So red light file. And then the distance field is a texture. Auto red texture. Equals retype from text file layer distance field path into the distance field. Okay, let's see if that actually works. Both of them. So we got our light file. our properties. So that's how we want. That's what we want to use to render the light with. The distance field didn't load though. I think it is just a DDS. Probably use the content cache for this. So let's try doing this. If auto light file cc get light file layer dot light file path. If auto distance field cc get texture layer distance field path. Do it like that, maybe. Something weird's going on. Oh, hang on. What's going on here now? Oh. No, we need to do it the other way. So I'll say we can't use the content cache from within this. I remember that from before. So we're going to go distance fields dot read from file DDS texture reader layer dot distance field path. Okay, that should get them both actually. Didn't read it. Oh no, it's not that. It's not on DDS texture reader. IMF image 32 reader. Because it's not a DDS file. Do we not use this somewhere else? It reads it into an image, not a texture. Oops. Okay, now we've got it. So we want actually to get the text. We do need the texture though. Have to convert it. So distance field load from memory raw texture reader. Distance field image dot get width. Distance field image get height. And it's e texture format 32 So that's the reader. And the data is distance field image, get pixels, distance field image, get size, bytes. So that theory will load the texture. Okay, so we have our distance field as a texture. Right. There's a thing. If we're going to pass it through the renderer, it just needs to remain alive. Russin BR, hey, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Hope you're alright. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. So this texture needs to remain alive. So so we kind of need it there, really. And what we want to do is this needs to really be a lambda. Like this. So it's on end frame, this. Not there though. And this is going to allow us to just use the renderer. If not distance field, reload it. Like this. So what I want to do is I want to just do on end frame this again, because I want to see what happens when we copy this over. So the brush. We need to save the brush. Content brush. There's no ticker. So this is going to create an infinite loop. But I just want to see what happens to the texture. So we loaded it. It's not the most efficient way to do it. We're mollocking now. Way in. Way too far. So we could possibly move this. Move itself. Let's see if this works. We're moving some array. The full distance field over. So we didn't move the texture. Did move the buffer though. So distance field is empty. We do have a move for texture though. Apparently we moved the texture. This needs to be, I think, that. Let's try that. I don't know if this is actually going to work. If not, then we need to keep a static list of textures, which we could just add to and get it back out again. Just kind of means, unfortunately, that we need to figure out when to release all that as well. Could make it actually a temporary array of textures. I might allocate quite a lot of memory. That might be too much memory, actually. Yeah, I suppose it could remove itself from that list. Yeah, that's what it would do. When it's completed, when the render's completed, it could remove it. If this doesn't work, you have to put it in a static array, and then when the render's completed, it can remove itself. The texture can remove itself from that array. Okay. So this is us moving the texture across. And this is us moving, hopefully. No, it's not gonna do it. It's gonna copy it. Okay, no problem. Maybe it's that as well. This needs to kind of be standard move. That's just funk. Let's try that first before we go here. Well, let's do standard forward. Funk. Like that. Like I say, if I can't get this move to move, or I give up trying to make it move, we'll just have a list of textures. All right, one last go. Missed it. Oh no, it was here, wasn't it? It was successfully moving it there. It's here that was the problem. No, not gonna do it. Okay, whatever. So what we need is static array texture distance fields. So we want to go auto distance field. Equals distance fields dot find. Oh, we can't find it by anything. Could make it static. Could just make the actual this static. Let's try that. We don't really need to move this anymore. Just have to remember to release it. Static inline. Okay. Jumps a long way into the allocation there in one go. Okay, so his distance field is still there, which is good. Okay, so what we need to do is run it. We've got everything we need now. We need to run it through the renderer. It's a similar thing to this. So I'll just copy that in. Apart from the bounds is get thumb size. So what I might do is cache that as well. So the bounds, so this is size. This size up to. These bounds is size. So instead of drawing the rig now, we actually want to draw the lighting. This is vector I. There we go. So we'll just make size floating point what it wants. So we need counter as well. I believe that needs to be 3 frames for this read back to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass it through the renderer over and over again until we have a read back. And then we can copy it back out of the renderer into a DDS file. So what we need to do is put all of our rendering code here for the lights. So it should be the same as the sprite sheet editor. Sprite sheets. Draw light sprites. So we need the image as well. So here's the view, I think. And then what we want to do, so this is thumb. This is tile image. The position. Ooh. I think it's just 0, 0. We'll see. Z 0. And then we want to draw, rather than do that, we actually want to draw these two things. So we have the distance field and we have the light file. P, light file local bounds, translate. Nothing, I don't think. And that, we'll just do 1, and that one will do 2. Okay. Light file undeclared identifier. What do we call it? It's there, look. With a small f. So we'll set up the camera and we'll start drawing into the canvas and draw the light effect. We'll keep doing this until we have a readback. The readback token is ready. And if it's ready, we'll just draw it out. Then we need to do distance field dot release. Tile image dot release. Make sure we give that memory back. So what might not work is the actual position of the light. I'm not sure about this 0. See if we get a readback token. We do. That's what the thumbnail's gonna be. It's there. It's not quite right, is it? It has kind of lit it. Oh, try and launch it in the web browser. That's not what I wanted. This one. That's what it made, which is the wrong light and in the wrong position. But it is lit. It has gone through the shader. Yeah, this is being clobbered over and over again. Yeah, actually. These can't be static. Okay, so we need to basically set the ID so that it has to be an array. And all we're going to do I'm going to say you get the distance field, we're going to go distance field ID is equal to the brush ID, and then we're just going to go distance fields add standard move distance field and the image so we're going to go image tile image equals view tile image dot id. I can't set the ID. So there might be multiple layers as well. It can't be the brush ID. So we have to say hash the brush ID and we'll just say it's the hash of the layers distance field path, the ID. Maybe we could just copy it. Let's copy it. Go back. Back to what we were doing. Just copy it, it's fine. Quite a lot of copying, but it's only going to happen a few times. All right. Here's the thing, we've got multiple distance fields as well in the same brush. So actually, this needs to happen. Right up here. And then this. Would be better. We may as well just copy the light file as well. We're going to all this trouble. So we read out the light file. There's a bunch of light files. Not just one. There's an array of distance fields. We push one light file on. Move the distance field across. That's distance fields L. Light files L. Oops. That. Let me end it. That's a lot of copying. Just gonna have to copy them every single way. It's fine. It's not part of the game. It's just gonna run once when we start the editor. And there's no releasing there anymore. So we do want to make sure that we do push a distance field on, even if we don't get it. Because then we have 1 for 1. When we go through this array, it won't get mixed up. Okay. Delete all the brushes again. I'm going to call it end frame, which will come back here at the end of the frame. Position actually is 0. That's, I think I might cut it off. So what is size there? I think it's all right. Size is a different thing. Size is not the thumb. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Size there is actually the tile image size. So, okay. Tile image with height like that. That's the size. Whoops. This size doesn't actually need to get cached. That just has to happen down here. All right. Let's see what happens. They're in the middle, completely the wrong zoom. really zoomed in. They're really zoomed out, unfortunately. Oh, that's probably because this size is meant to be in worlds. Yeah. It's not world space. This size is in screen space. That'll be it. There we go. So we need to actually position it. Camera position. Position. Camera state. Dot position is equal to size F. Thank you. Size F divided by camera state dot pixels per world unit. Right. Size S over 2 even. Two times camera state pixels per world unit. Right, now they're in the right place. They're just not being rendered properly. So let's not draw these lighting bits for a second. So that's just white, it's just drawing a white square. It's in the right general location. I wonder if this draw image is expecting a pre-multiplied alpha or not. You know? Let's have a look. Imaging world. XYUV in world. Add all PSOs. XY UV in world pre-multiplied alpha it is. Let's have a look at this one. Let's let it just right. It's literally a white square. Okay, need to debug this then. What I need to do is I need to turn pics on from here, and then I basically need to do false there to make sure we just loop over and over again. Check this doesn't crash, and then I'll have to load it up in pics. Okay. So this is just happening every frame now. So let's load this in pics. I don't know if I need to open that. It's the main window I think we want to capture. Not that. Not that. Pix is really flaky on which screens get captured. Just capturing the same one over and over again. I'm going to close that. Is it downloading it? Or is it deleting? No. So it only wants to capture this screen. It's not even visible. Right, again, let's just close all these. All it wants to capture is that one screen. I want you to capture this screen. You bird, how's it going? Pixie's not letting me capture the screen that I want to capture. It only wants to capture this screen. This one, which is not the one. Even if I close it. I don't know. It's being a nightmare. Oh, we got something else other than that window. Brilliant. Whether we can actually use it or not is another thing. Alright, we'll just have to use this then. GPU debugging. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Just want to know why. I'm trying to generate these thumbnails. Trying to generate the lighting. So run it through the renderer so that it can be lit before the thumbnail is rendered. But it's just giving me white currently. So figure out why, but it's a readback target. Okay, so this is the one we want. See, it's just white. It's just a white texture. I don't think the texture's alive. It's just pointing into, it's pointing into texture number 1655, which is a lot of textures as well. Okay. Bun world of, yeah, it is. It is for sure. going to be a lot of it over the next few months because I'm going to start turning to the look of the game, so it should be fun. Ooh. So when this goes out of scope, it's probably not even getting copied. That's what's happening. It's not getting put on the GPU. This needs to move, really. I think what we're going to have to do if we do that, so basically that's getting copied, which is deleting it from the GPU. This is probably not even getting to the GPU. Okay, we need something else. So we need like struct image readback assets ID, and then we need this like that. So we may as well put the brush in, the content brush as well, rather than ID. Bool operator. Just by ID. And then what we want is the content brush and the counter, and then we want a static array of image readback assets like that. So what we want to do is we want, if there's layers, we want to go auto readback assets equals push one, and then we want to go readback assets tile image brush like that. But then what we also want to do is we want to keep our local copy of the brush as well. And this is readback asset push distance field push. And then when we get to here, we read back assets, read back assets. What is it? What do we call this? Read back asset equals read back assets dot find brush. If we don't find it, we'll just return. If we do find it, we can start using it for all this stuff now. And then we just want to go read back assets, value remove brush, like that. All right, let's see if that makes any difference. So now, because these are static, whatever it is, they're being kept alive. They're not being copied, which is nice. Oops. All right, we need to just delete the brushes again. Okay, so they're not there. Actually, we've got false. Yeah. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. And what we also want to do now, we want to see if we can actually render in the lights. So this is read back assets. Light files. There we go. Slightly the wrong place. And it kind of looks weird because there's nothing for the light to blend with. Slightly the wrong place. This is where we set the position. I would say that's because of the origin of the light, possibly. Oh, the origin's right there. Well, we can say size F equals thumb size that's the Y. I'll flip it round. Oh. No. Let's just not set it. See where we are. So the bottom corner of the image. So we need to do left. Move it over by the width over 2. Oops. Hard to see. So that would be basically 64 pixels. Next That puts it at 2, which is correct. Actually, just that, I think. I think the camera needs to be at 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3.5 to be slap bang in the middle. Oh, I tell you what's happening. It's not this that is off. It's these. These local bounds. So what is local bounds? -6, -4, roughly. Let's not draw the glow on. Very hard to see it. So if I draw any of them, is the camera in the right place? Yeah. So the light fire says -6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. -4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems kind of wrong. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like -10. Read back a light file. Local offset. I reckon it's meant to be that. Let's try a local offset. it's like unbelievably light, bright as well, the light. I think that's because it's got nothing really to blend in with. Like here, it's got this grey background to blend in with. There we go. That's it. So we actually do want to draw like a grey background. I think it's, don't know what colour we're drawing the background. So we want to do thumb. We can actually maybe pass a clear colour. No. Again. Sure, we can clear it. And that's directly on the renderer to do the clearing. We won't clear it. All we'll do is we'll just draw a little rectangle. So we'll do thumb, draw quad, thumb, get bounds, get client bounds. Do that. That'll hopefully give it something to react off. Stop it being so bright. When it's so bright, if it looks like it's saturating everything around it to black. Oh, it's not called float color, it's just called color. I'll probably cache these out to their own thing. Let's see if this makes any difference whatsoever. There we go. We need this colour, whatever this colour is, this background colour. The thing is, it's kind of gonna look like that anyway, because I think that is that background colour. It's put letterboxes on. So that's why it looks like it's got a sharp cut off there. It's letterboxed it. Which I suppose is fine. Okay, so let's see. What I want to do is open this up in Photoshop. And I want to see what happens when we change this raw asset in Photoshop. So let's just rasterize this. Draw that. Save it. So we get an update there. And we get an update there. And then if I generate the light, and we get it there as well. It's totally awesome. Great. It's pretty cool. So what would be nice is, so if we do this, we see that that comes along. Because this is part of the lighting layer, it would be nice to regenerate the lighting automatically, rather than having to press that button. So like there, for instance, I've saved it and it hasn't updated here, but that's because we need to regenerate the lighting. So we could work on that maybe. There's only 20 minutes left of the stream though, so that might be a bit much. Like we could maybe just work on making these selectable. I think we'll do that first. So this is in the content cache. Content browser 2. We've got some bounds and we've got a brush ID. So in theory, we can just do auto input box plus canvas and input box bounds. And then we just want brushes R D. We want to say if canvas is hot, input box if it's hot, just thicken the line up a bit. See if that works. There we go. It's not that obvious. Mission Shin. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hey, how's it going? If you've got any questions, just ask. Just work on a little content browser. So you make these tile sheets. So if I open up one, or sprite sheets. So this comes from like Photoshop or something. Then you import it into here and you can divide it into little separate tiles. And then they end up as brushes. And then you click on the brush and then you can draw with it in the world editor. And this all, this all used to exist in the engine, but it was a bit flaky. So I'm really like spending some time making it good, For instance, so all these little brushes here come from here. So I can like just do this. So I can say like, well, that is a single tile now. And if I save it, it updates there and puts that as a single tile. Or like all of them into one tile. Or whatever, And then I just worked on the lighting. So if you regenerate the lighting, so say like the lighting's generated via Photoshop. I'm gonna have to wait like 30 seconds for Photoshop to start now. So if I because this layer is called light, got light in the actual name of the layer, you see, I can just draw stuff in. And then when I save it, it updates on there. And it updates on here. And then when I click generate lighting, it will put light over there. So I'm just working on all that type of stuff. But it's not the lighting algorithm itself, but having it update in the content browser, automatically. So the only thing that I would like to change about this is if I was to do something else, you have to click this button to generate the lighting. I would like it to kind of automatically just do it. So when I saved the Photoshop file, it would automatically just generate it, That's what I might change. I can't do that today because I'm nearly out of time. So I was just working on making these clickable instead. So is it more obvious? So we could do 2 and then we could just basically like can you do plus equals 0.3 or something? OpenGL. It's DirectX 12 this, yeah. C++, DirectX 12. Can't remember how I have increased colors before. I think you can add colors together. So there is a full game as well that uses the editor for the engine. I mean, it's not a full game. It's the beginnings of a game. There's lots of gameplay prototypes. And I'm about to actually start moving off pre-production, making the game for real. But there were a few flaky things about the editor, such as the content browser, that's going to be quite important when I'm making the game properly. So it needed redoing. But it's kind of nearly there. There's a few extra things, I want to be able to search and filter and stuff like that on the different types of content. Yeah, that's much more obvious. So I've changed it so sprite tiles are green, and then this is a rigged character and he's purple. So if I was to draw this onto the level, it would be a rigged animated rig, and then these are sounds. So obviously just a picture of a speaker is not great. It needs to actually have something like the sound name, and if I was to click on it, it would preview the sound or something. And then I've got this space for filter up here, so this is going to have, so the old one did all that. But it was a bit flaky with all of the reloading, like constantly changing the assets underneath it. And this one's a lot tighter, so it will eventually replace this one once I've got all the features back. And you could like filter by level, and you could put stuff in like so you can actually, if I select the tile, you can put tags in the tile, so you'll be able to like search by tag. So I'd be able to like say a tag that it's a light or something, and then you could search for light, and it would, all of the things that are tagged for light would appear. That's for a future day. So you can actually click these, they don't do anything now. But what I might do is implement the right click. So in the old one, you could right click it, and that doesn't show anything because it's empty context menu for that. But you could right click these, and then, so I could open that back up in the sprite sheet editor, or open it in Photoshop or something. So we'll do that. Yeah, no problem. I'm about to go as well, actually. I need to finish at 5. But I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays until September, and then I stream like 5 days a week. But just through the summer holidays, I'm not streaming as much. But yeah, nice. Thanks for popping in. So we also need, so we'll do this context menu then. How do you do a context menu? Here we go. On context menu. Okay, so it's quite long. So we've got our input box, so we can say if it's hot, I suppose. I think on context menu would actually test that anyway. So if canvas.on context menu input box, we need to make a context menu. Input ID, so it needs an ID. That's fine. Input box. I don't know if that's right. We'll see. Okay, so let's just do menu, draw menu item. Hello. See if that works. Hello, there we go. So what we need to do now is we actually need the actual things. So that was all that was going to be there. Open sprite sheet tile. So how are we going to do this with this new... So we have the brush, do we? Okay, so we need to cache out the brush. So the brush has in it, Photoshop might be easier because we have the brush dot source file. Brush source file. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm here for another 10 minutes. I don't know if you heard earlier. So I'm stream Mondays and Thursdays at the moment, but from September I usually stream 5 days a week. So I'll be back to that in September. If you like engine programming. This is kind of a games technology stream, really. And games as well. But I make all my own tech. So if you like that type of stuff. Ooh, what's happened there? That's not good. Yeah, if you like tech, it's a good stream for that, I suppose. So now I should be able to open any of the tiles in Photoshop. Like that obviously is not a tile, so I can't do that. This tree, for instance. Oh, okay. So it's not. That's actually open in the sprite sheet, which is actually quite handy. Might actually want to do that as well. So that's open sprite sheet file. We do want open in Photoshop though. Do we have the original PSD file hanging around? We kind of don't. And I don't know why I'm checking here if the file exists. Is this going to just crash if it doesn't exist? So we don't really have a reference to getting out. We have the tile ID. So what we need is the actual PSD file. Which I don't really want to store in the brush itself. So you can actually open the sprite sheet file. What one word, 2 words and 1 word there. So this is the thing that actually has the PSD file in it. So we can get sprite sheet sets, can't we? So cc get sprite sheet set. Brush.source file. So if we can actually get that, that's got the actual PSD file in, I think. So it doesn't know about sprite sheet set. Okay, that needs to be somewhere else then. Sprite sheet editor probably. cc get sprite sheet set. Is sprite sheet set an asset type? No. That's why. So we can't use a content cache for that. So this is just read type from text file. So assuming we can get this sprite sheet set, we can then just find the tile. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. So it'd be something like for auto sprite sheet set sprite sheets for auto tile tiles. If tile, well, you can say if auto tile equals ss dot tiles dot find brush id. So if you find the tile, then we just do this with the sprite sheet path, I think. And that'll open it in Photoshop. So if this works, I'm gone ahead. And then we just need to do this one. So this one's fairly straightforward as well, I think. We've just got to go through the editor window and open the sprite sheet in the editor window. Instead of this will open it in actual notepad, but this, if I pass it through the editor window, it will actually open it in the actual game editor itself. Alright, so let's just try and open this in Photoshop. SS path, there we go. Icons 14.psd. And then Photoshop will take 10 years to work. There we go, cool. Alright, I'm going to have to head off. That was a good stream. Got quite a lot done. But yeah, back next Tuesday, I believe. So I'll see you later.